A regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District will be held Monday, February 26, 2024, beginning at 5 p.m. in the Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom of the Administration Building of the McAllen Independent School District, located at 2000 North 23rd Street, McAllen, Texas 78504. Items listed on this agenda may be taken in an order other than as shown on this agenda. Unless removed from the consent agenda, items identified within the consent agenda will be acted on at one time. At this meeting, there may be discussion and action by the board on the items and subjects listed as follows. Item 1, call the meeting to order. I have done so at 5:03 p.m. Item 2, we will now observe a moment of silence. We will now move to item 3, the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez.
No messing around.
We will move to item number 4, public comments.
The school board encourages public comments at all board meetings. According to Board Policy BED Local, board meetings and public participation and related district administrative procedures and practices. Persons wanting to make a statement to the board are required to register with the superintendent's secretary 1 hour prior to the start of the scheduled meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the early stages of a meeting. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless requested. Each participant is limited to 2 minutes per meeting to make comments to the board. At regular board meetings, the board shall permit public comments regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. At all other board meetings, public comments shall be limited to only items on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. The board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. If an issue mentioned is on tonight's agenda, the board will defer discussion of the issue until the appropriate time during the meeting. Should the speaker drift from the stated subject or becomes disruptive or abusive, he or she shall be given one warning. If a second warning is required, then the speaker may forfeit the remaining time allotment. The board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. The board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Please refer to the following policies. Student and or parent complaints should refer to policy FNG. Employees refer to policy DGBA. And citizens can refer to policy GF. Copies of district policies are available on the McAllen ISD website at mcallenisd.org.
La mesa directiva de McAllen ISD invita al público a dar sus comentarios en todas las reuniones de sus juntas. Según la póliza de la mesa directiva, BED local, menciona si la mesa directiva tiene una reunión, participaciones públicas, procedimientos y prácticas administrativas. Las personas que desean hacer una declaración ante la junta debe registrarse con la secretaria del superintendente 1 hora antes del inicio de la reunión programada. Participación de la audiencia en una reunión de la junta directiva es limitada en la fase inicial. En cualquier otro momento durante una reunión de la junta directiva, el público no entrará en discusión o debate sobre asuntos siendo considerados por la junta, a menos que se solicite. Cada participante está limitado a 2 minutos por reunión para hacer comentarios a la junta de la mesa directiva. En las reuniones periódicas se permitirá comentarios públicos independientemente de si el tema es un elemento publicado en la agenda. En todas las demás reuniones de la junta de la mesa directiva, los comentarios públicos serán limitados a solo los puntos de la agenda para esta junta. La mesa directiva no deliberará ni decidirá sobre cualquier tema que no esté incluido en la agenda publicada con aviso de la reunión. Si un tema mencionado está en la agenda, la discusión del asunto se aplazará hasta el momento apropiado durante la reunión. Si el orador se desvía del tema indicado o se vuelve disruptivo o abusivo, se le dará una advertencia. Si se requiere de una segunda advertencia, entonces el orador perderá la asignación de tiempo restante. Los miembros de la Junta no tolerarán la interrupción de la reunión por parte de los miembros de la audiencia. Los miembros de la Junta han adoptado pólizas de quejas que están diseñados para asegurar una resolución pronta y equitativa de quejas y preocupaciones con un nivel administrativo menor. Estudiantes o padres pueden referirse a las siguientes quejas de estudiantes o padres a la póliza FNG. Los empleados pueden referirse a la póliza DGBA y los ciudadanos pueden referirse a la póliza GF. Copias de las pólizas del distrito están disponibles en el sitio web de McAllen ISD en mcallenisd.org.
Okay, so our first speaker tonight is Miss April Flowers.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Superintendent Gutierrez, President Alicera, and esteemed school board members. I am Eagle Scout and West Point hopeful Cadet Captain Ryan Connect. I am joined today by Lieutenant Colonel Lenny Cinciato, officers of the Booster Club, as well as some of my fellow Mac High Junior ROTC cadets, to personally invite you to our military ball the night of Saturday, April 6th. Compliments to the Corps of Cadets. The details are in the invitation. However, I will highlight that the attire is black tie formal. And our guest speaker is Texas 13th Court of Appeals Justice, His Honor, Judge Jaime Tijerina. Judge Tijerina, is a Mac High graduate and a retired JAG officer. Junior ROTC is one of the largest character development and citizenship programs for the youth in the world today. Its mission is to motivate young people to be better citizens. And it utilizes an accredited curriculum that provides authentic learning experiences that is designed to provide leadership today. Our military formal is a culmination of an etiquette lesson that is part of our junior ROTC curriculum that allows us to dine and use our social skills in a formal setting while observing military customs and ceremonial traditions. We end the event with dancing. However, you do not have to stay for that part. Many of our parents do, though, so it's a fun time. We take great pride in putting on a good event, and we'd be honored by your presence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Connect, before you leave, we would be honored to take a picture with y'all. I've actually been to a couple military balls. My husband served, he's a lieutenant colonel in the Army, and he actually served with Justice Jaime Tijerina. So we look forward to that. So if y'all want to come right here, we'll take a picture with y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry you can't make it that weekend. Hopefully, bring out $100. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it is. Guys, on 3, ready, 1, 2.
Our next speaker this evening is Mr. Lupe Chavez. I do not see Mr. Chavez. Our next speaker is Lindsay Guerra.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent, ladies and gentlemen of the school board. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Lindsay Guerra. I'm a parent at IB, and I'm an attorney in town, but I'm also a published author in the area of social media and the law. And I bring that up because I'm here today to advocate for the TOK class that is taught at IB, and that it be treated with the same weight as a core class. And the reason why I mention the area of work that I do in research is for this reason. I want to read to you the purpose of TOK. It is to ask students to reflect on the nature of knowledge and on how we know what we claim to know. We have, as a society, never been so influenced by outside sources that pretend to be factual, but are in fact often not. But we have a class at IB that teaches the type of important critical thinking skills and really getting to the truth of matters that I think is so vital for them to become informed citizens later on in life. They also experience a true rigor that is the same to any other academic core course. These students do an enormous amount of research and writing, and they get to explore different elements of society in a way that really benefits them in the future. And so I would like to conclude just by again advocating that this class is given the respect that it needs for the amount of rigor and effort our students are putting into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Our fourth speaker this evening is Beverly Avila.
Good evening. As a community member and a retired teacher of McAllen ISD, I was extremely disappointed when our previous board chose to give ESSER money to entities that are not, quote, directly impacting school children or teachers, unquote, as that is what the ESSER funding was for. I agree that the projects at Quinta and Imus are going to be great projects for our city, but to take much needed money away from directly impacting students at the district for a project that may only benefit a small group of students is not how that money should be used. That money should have never been appointed to projects outside of the district. We have great need in our district right now, including underpaid staff and substitutes, with many employees concerned that they may lose their job due to the status of the current financial situation that we all know our district is in. The City of McAllen was able to do a 3% cost of living adjustment for McAllen City employees. McAllen ISD was not. The city was able to give a 4% cost of living adjustment to firefighters and police. McAllen ISD was not. The City of McAllen has a surplus in their rainy day fund. McAllen ISD does not. If it means losing teachers, support staff, and paraprofessionals that have direct contact with students, impacting the quality of their education, how can anyone justify using funds in this way when the district is in dire need of these funds? Crowded classrooms and insufficient staff would definitely have a negative impact on our students. I know many experienced staff members with a lot of experience that are currently teaching in neighboring districts to make considerably more money. I know a lot of retired teachers that are substituting in neighboring districts making $50 to $70 a day more than McAllen, while our paraprofessionals and librarians are being pulled from their assigned jobs to cover classes because of a shortage of substitutes. First and foremost, we need to be able to save every penny possible and put salaries first to maintain quality personnel needed to provide a quality education for every one of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Our next speaker this evening is JJ Avila.
Dr. Gutierrez, Madam President, School Board. A man from Edinburgh gave the school district, Edinburgh Consolidated Independent School District, 70 acres worth over $1 million to use as needed to build schools. They built a elementary school, a middle school, in order to fulfill the need of the children north of Farm to Market Road 2812 off of Brushline Road. Some $129 million ESSER funds were given to our school district to benefit the teachers and students suffering during the COVID time period. I do not recollect reading anything about giving money to nonprofit organizations. The school district has suffered along with the children. Teachers are leaving the district. Substitute teachers do not submit their names due to the low pay. For your information, may be redundant, but students are being sent to libraries and have the librarians, paralegals, office staff supervise them until the bell rings. Now, how can you justify giving $6 million to entities who are self-sufficient? You should serve and give life assurance to the students and teachers who trust you. Selfish ambition has no room on a school board. Please consider keeping their loyalty by keeping their money and using it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avila. Our sixth speaker this evening is Julia Aniceto.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, school board members. I wrote this letter, and I'm going to read what I wrote to the school board prior. I know a few of you responded, and I appreciate that. Bear with me and my vision and my voice. I'm recovering from COVID. But I wrote, as a McAllen ISD employee, I appreciate your efforts to reevaluate the spending of the remaining ESSER funds. I am grateful for the time and effort you put in and the raise you have provided, and encourage you to be fiscally responsible during this difficult financial time. I have been with McAllen ISD for 25 years, was raised in McAllen, and live in McAllen. I see firsthand the need to resolve the debt issue and work diligently to balance the budget with the hopes to give employees a substantial raise so we can keep the expert teachers we're losing at a phenomenal rate. The reason we voted for a change in board was because of the disregard we saw for employee compensation and how money was allocated for things not needed. At my school, we lost all but 4 teachers to PSJA who paid considerably more. With that, we lose all the training that we put into these teachers and all the expertise that they carried with them because they were teachers that had a substantial amount of years and incredible talent. My counselor counterparts, because I am a counselor with McAllen ISD, in the 3 surrounding districts are making $10,000 to $15,000 more than I with less experience. Back about 5 years ago when I talked to Mr. Krauns about this issue, he said, go and check around the other districts. And I did, and this is where we're at now. When I signed on to McAllen ISD 25 years ago, I was supposed to retire with at least $80,000. I should have retired 2 years ago. I'm nowhere near $80,000. Food, gas, and taxes have all increased, but our pay has not. You have many employees, including counselors, working 2 jobs to make ends meet. Serious consideration needs to be given withdrawing from the commitment made to IMAS and Quinta Mazatlan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight, number 7, Sylvia Tanguma.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, President Alizada, and trustees. My name is Sylvia Tanguma, and I stand here representing our AFT members and myself as a teacher with 23 years of experience in the classroom, ranging in grades pre-K through 6th grade. And I can tell you firsthand that our students are still experiencing learning loss, and there are a lot with learning gaps that have yet to be filled. We have 5th graders that are struggling to read, learning to read in 5th grade instead of reading to learn, which is a major major impact on our students and the future of their learning. It pains me to see that our own city entities are coming after our district ESSER funds, knowing our district is suffering financially and that we are going to lose all our ESSER funded positions, plus trying to consolidate even more positions, trying to save money as the district is trying to keep as many employees as possible. That money is needed at the district to try and keep employee positions that are highly needed to help students close the gaps. These positions are directly impacting students, unlike what the proposed ESSER money is supposed to do. Spring Branch ISD will be eliminating 304 positions due to the budget cuts for the 24-25 school year. They will be cutting librarian positions, replacing them with library aides. That means students will not be having a lesson taught by the librarian and they will be left with library aides that are not qualified to teach, nor should they be left alone to supervise students without a certified teacher, therefore placing more stress on the campus. Is this the model that we want to see for McAllen ISD? This is also going to impact our economy, being that the school district is one of our major employers for the city of McAllen. We will not be able to buy groceries, put gas in our vehicles, go out, etc. Building partnerships is great, but at what cost? While the district is facing a $14 million deficit budget, how can anyone ask the district for our much-needed funding? The city of McAllen boasts on having $641 million budget for the 22-23 fiscal year and $133 million general fund, giving their employees cost of living adjustments that as district employees we did not receive. So I ask you, given the opportunity that you have to do right to our students and to the district's children, are you going to do right to a partnership or to our district's children and staff? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nanguma. Our eighth speaker is Frank Chavero.
Good afternoon, Madam President, school board members, Dr. Gutierrez, and others in attendance today. Today, I want to proudly and humbly report to you the results of the 2024 UIL State Mariachi Festival, which was held this past weekend at the Seguin Performing Arts Center on the campus of Seguin High School. All three McAllen ISD high school groups earned first division at the contest. This is the second year in a row that all three high schools earned the highest distinction at the state competition. A worthy note, McAllen Mariachi received Division I superior ratings and sweepstakes, making this the 9th year in a row, every year of the UIL State Festival, for Mariachi to achieve this distinction. Additionally, every member of the McAllen Mariachi was also recognized as the 2024 State UIL Outstanding Performer, making this the 5th time in program history to achieve this distinction. The judges commented to our directors that out of all 89 groups at the competition, McAllen Mariachi's show or performance was by far the most moving, touching, and heartfelt, one that truly connected with the audience, and it was by far the best one and most entertaining they had heard and seen all 3 days. Huge shout out to Alex Trevino, Mr. Aldava, and Mr. Fuentes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chavero. That ends the section of public comments.
Madam President, I move to move item 8A to be discussed at this time in place of, before we move on to item number 5, 8A.
It's been moved by trustee Saldivar and second by trustee DeVetta. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, we are now at item 8, proclamations. 8A, discussion and possible action to adopt the proclamation regarding National Youth Art Month. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, in celebration of National Youth Art Month, which emphasizes the value of art education for all children, McAllen ISD is proud to recognize March as Youth Art Month. Ms. Deborah Loya, Director of Fine Arts, will share more information about this item.
Madam President, I move to adopt the proclamation.
It's been moved by trustee Saldivar. Is there a second? It's been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee Peña. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that, trustee Saldivar. Ms. Loya?
I'm very excited to say that we have had such success with our fine arts program, specifically in the visual arts area. Our students continue to progress with the wonderful work that our teachers bring forth. So today, we honor our art students with all of the wonderful work that they have done through this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Kittleman, well, you know what, let's bring the students in and then Trustee Kittleman can read the proclamation. Yeah.
Just line up right over there. Okay, we're going to start with Thelonious Garcia, 7th grader at Fossum. Thank you. Ethan Vargas, 7th grader at De Leon. Serena Morales, an 8th grader at Morris. Samantha Dominguez, an 8th grader at Brown Middle School. Kara Seven, an 11th grader at Lamar. Ilian Retana, an 11th grader at Achieve Early College. Neftali Sanchez, a senior at Memorial High School. And Anaid Corona, a senior at Rowe High School. And of course, Miss Deborah Loya, the Fine Arts Director for McAllen ISD. Yep, that's right.
Okay, let me know. Now? Okay. Whereas the study of art leads to a fuller, more meaningful life, and art education provides substantial educational benefits to all elementary, middle, and secondary students, and whereas art education develops students' creative potential and improves problem solving and critical thinking skills by reinforcing and bringing to life what students learn in other subjects, and whereas our national leaders have acknowledged the necessity of including art experiences in all students' education, McAllen Independent School District strives to improve the well-being of our community by upgrading visual awareness and supporting the youth of our community in their intellectual development through artistic endeavors and offering support to our committed art teachers. Now, therefore, I, Elizabeth Kittleman, member, Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District, do hereby proclaim that the month of March 2024 be observed as National Youth Art Month. All citizens are urged to take interest in and give full support to quality school art programs for children and youth. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the McAllen Independent School District to be affixed on this 26th day of February 2024.
Parents can come up closer if you want to take
Oh, I
photographs.
better.
Real quick right here. On three guys right here. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yes. All right, one more. On three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2.
Don't move, don't move. Oh.
We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
Ooh, DJ. Do I do both of them? I guess I do. Excuse me. Thank you, Marjorie. So, one, okay. This first, right?
Just to stay on and we'll carry the laptop in there.
Okay, let me tell her.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are now on regular agenda, item 5, the superintendent's report. 5A, students use virtual reality to study medical emergencies. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, ma'am. We have 3 short videos for you this evening. The first one shows some students who are seeking to get emergency medical technician certifications. They're using virtual reality visors to see and react to realistic medical emergencies. Let's show the video clip.
Mm-hmm. They're going to time you. You got 2 minutes.
The VR Patience allows us to do like the patient scenario, the patient assessment. Basically gives them the systematic process to go through. The CIMEX actually puts them in that reality where they actually have to do the actual physical, tangible skills. As far as the decision making, things like, hey, I would, put on a blood pressure cuff, and so they actually have to do that in the VR. It's not just something they say; it's something they actually have to do. So the transition is very, very important for them to be able to kind of have that next level thinking, so that they can implement it in real life.
As close as you can get with working with a patient. So I'm glad that they're using this technology.
Virtual reality, it gives us more of like practice in a way, we do get write-outs and stuff like that to go out in real ambulances, and it really sets us up for success.
It gives the student an advantage. McAllen ISD is very good about being able to support tech and the technology and the advancements and pushing forward and pushing the edge, and this is just one of those things.
That's wonderful. That's awesome. We're now at item 5B, Sweetheart Celebration Brings Families Together. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, next, we recently held our annual Sweetheart Dance that provides a wonderful experience for families and their children. It was held at McAllen High School gym. So let's show that video.
Tonight we're hosting our McAllen ISD Sweetheart Family Celebration. This is a program that is set up through the State and Federal Programs Department for Title I, Parent and Family Engagement, and we just have this event so that we can bring together families. We have activities set up by our social workers, our parent specialists, just to have family bonding time. There are exhibitors from the community, exhibitors from the district, and we have a dance in the gym as well. And it's just a good time for parents to come out with their children and have some family time. This is an event that we have every year, and we are excited about it, and we welcome everyone to come every year and check it out. And I think we have a great location here at McAllen High School. It is centrally located, and we can fit a lot of families and parents. And so we look forward to seeing everyone here again next year.
That's wonderful. We're now at item 5C, McAllen ISD teacher named state finalist in the 2024 HEB Excellence in Education Awards. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, we are fortunate to have one of our teachers named as a state finalist in the HEB Excellence in Education Awards. Officials from HEB surprised her in her classroom at Sanchez Elementary. Congratulations to third grade dual language teacher, Michelle Cavazos. We have the video clip.
Today we were visited by HEB, and they awarded one of my teachers, Michelle Cavazos, the HEB Excellence Award. She's a finalist. We had the district here, and we surprised her. She had no clue anybody was coming, so it was quite an amazing surprise for her as we walked into her classroom.
Somebody had said, oh, there's the HEB, and I was like, what? And then I just started seeing all these cameras, and we were like, it was like a freeze moment for all of us, but it was very, very exciting. I was able to be a semi-finalist, but not a finalist until, today I got the surprise, and I was like, what? I'm just so happy that I served as a good example for these students to see, wow, if my teacher can do all these things, like I can do that too, and I'm very happy to portray that message to them.
Best of luck to her. I'm sure she's going to win. We're now at item 6, the public hearing for 2022-2023 District Texas Academic Performance Report. Dr. Gutierrez.
The Texas Academic Performance Report, better known as TAPER, is the state's school district performance report card, which provides the general public with a detailed accounting of a school district's performance in relation to the state and the Region 1 schools. The district received the TAPER report, or the Texas Academic Performance Report, on December 15, 2023. The public notice of this hearing was posted on January 27, 2024 in the Monitor. Ms. Jeanette Nino will be presenting on this item. Go ahead, Ms. Nino.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, Madam President Aliceda, and Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure to present the Texas Academic Performance Report, also known as TAPER, which is the State School District Performance Report. The taper provides the general public with a detailed accounting of a school district's performance in relation to the state and the Region 1 schools. The guidelines for the taper require the district's Board of Trustees to publish an annual report that includes the taper, campus performance objectives, progress towards meeting House Bill 3 goals, information on violent or criminal incidents, performance evaluation information management system, financial standard reports, special education determination status, district accreditation status, and information on the performance of the previous year's graduates in their first year of college as reported by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Guidelines also require hearing for public discussion to be held within 90 days of the receipt of the taper materials and to disseminate the report within the district. District breaks and/or holidays do not count towards the 90 days. The district received the taper on December 15th, 2023. The public notice of this hearing was posted on January 27, 2024 in the local newspaper called The Monitor. As of December 2023, the taper does not include A through F ratings, distinction designations, or special education determination status. The 2023 accountability reports are not yet publicly available. The release of these reports are pending judicial hearing and decisions from the 88th legislature during a special called session. The Texas Education Code 39.306 and 39.362 requires each district's Board of Trustees to publish an annual report, which is over 1,000 pages, that includes the taper for district and campuses, district accreditation status, special education determination status, PEIMS financial standards, district and campus performance objectives, progress towards meeting HB3 goals, information on violent and criminal incidents, and information on the enrollment and performance of the previous year's graduates in the first year of college. While this information is posted on both the district and campus websites, additional copies are available. Here on this slide, we can see that the Financial Integrity Rating System, also known as FIRST, here at McAllen ISD received a rating of superior with a status of passed. This is the highest rating a district could receive. The state accountability ratings for McAllen ISD and other school districts across the state, again, are pending for the academic year of 2022 to 2023. On October 26, 2023, Judge Catherine Mousy signed an order granting temporary injunction in the litigation challenging TEA's authority to issue accountability ratings for the 2022-23 school year. The order prohibits TEA from assigning A through F performance ratings for the 22-23 school year until either another order is issued by the court, for example, if TEA files an appeal of this order, or until a final judgment is issued following a full trial, which is scheduled to begin on February 12, 2024. There is also a link there at the bottom of the slide. So if you click on there, it will take you directly to see the order itself that is pending at this time. At a glance, according to the McAllen ISD 2022-23 PEIMS submission, McAllen ISD had a total enrollment of 20,343 students, and this is across our 30 campuses, and the class of 2022 had 1,578 graduates. This chart provides district performance on the state of Texas assessments of academic readiness. We also call that the STAR exam in all subjects and all grades. It also compares the district student performance with Region 1 as well as the state for the academic year of 2022 to 2023. And we can see from this chart here the district participation of students as well in these exams. And again, very good to see how our district is, our students are performing across the district compared to peers in Region 1 and as well as across the state. This slide shows the SAT, formerly known as the Scholastic Aptitude Test, as a college entrance exam, and the district's average SAT score for all subjects was a 983. The average score in ELA was a 500, and the average math score was a 483. This data shows how McAllen ISD students perform above peers in Region 1 and slightly below peers across the state of Texas, but closing those gaps quickly. The ACT, known as the American College Testing, is another college entrance exam with the composite subject score being a 22.5. The ELA mean score was a 23, and the math mean score was a 21. This data shows how McAllen ISD students outperform peers in Region 1 and outperform peers across the state of Texas. Here, the student performance in post-secondary institutions shows how students perform during the first year of enrollment to public higher institutions. Students will be monitored if students have been enrolled for a full year. And the data collected for this information was collected from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. This slide here shows the report on criminal and violent crimes. And these are incidents that occur on each campus, and these incidents involve students. This report includes the number, the rate, and the type of violent or criminal incidents that occurred on each campus to the extent permitted under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. And I know that the numbers look a little small on that left side illustration, but on the right, there is a box there just to highlight the total at the bottom of Code 30, which are aggravated assault under Penal Code Section 22.02 and 21 total for felony controlled substance violations. And our counseling department does a great job with district-wide efforts in helping with violence prevention programs. And some examples are counselor administration highlighting drug prevention, anti-bullying, also increasing the awareness of military connectedness, offering zones of regulation curriculum used to identify, for identification in elementary schools, emotional intelligence lessons that are taught district-wide every 6 weeks to all students, our emotional quotient specialists that are hired at every high school who are also now supporting by vertical team both in elementary and middle schools. And emotional intelligence is also a mandatory class required to graduate here at McAllen ISD, and that is taken at every 9th and 10th grade class through our CTE track. And overall, just supporting the effective schools model here at McAllen ISD. Now to look at House Bill 3, the remainder of our presentation will now share what our district's House Bill 3 adopted goals and action plans are. And this slide here outlines those student outcomes for our district. So the board must adopt 3 student outcome goals, one being early childhood literacy aligning to the 3rd grade reading star, a second being early childhood numeracy aligned to 3rd grade star math, and the third one is college, career, and military readiness, also known as CCMR, goals aligning to graduates that meet readiness requirements. And these goals must be quantifiable, they must be measurable, and so our district student outcome goal requirements, the first one is to identify 5-year student outcome goals with an annual target for all student populations as well as all other student populations. Also to monitor progress through progress monitoring calendar and to display plan on district and campus websites annually. And here's just an illustration to show where we are at now in February 2024 in this 5-year timeline and where we're at again today. And again, next year at this time, we'll also be sharing this information for our board update to stay on track with that calendar. So the first goal for House Bill 3 is early childhood literacy. And in this slide here, we are looking at early childhood literacy board outcome, our yearly target goals for the STAR 3rd grade reading. So this is where our elementary students take that first STAR exam in reading, and the percent of 3rd grade students at the all students level that score at meets grade level or above on STAR reading will increase each year. And so we can see with the year 1, year 2, year 3, and where we are at now at year 4, we have 54% of those students that have that actually met the STAR score. So if we look at that information, though, we will see that the mastery pre-pandemic goal was 57% for year 4, and the reading mastery new goal was 46%. So it's great to see that right now at the STAR 3rd grade reading, our students are meeting above that actual mastery new goal. And in addition to this, we also looked at STAR. The STAR was redesigned this last year. We're now in year 2 of that redesign. And so just in looking at data as we're moving forward through these House Bill 3 goals is just important to keep in mind that when these goals were first developed, we looked at one type of STAR exam, and now we're on year 2 of a STAR redesign 2.0. And in addition to this 54%, it also helps meet domain 3 for federal accountability, which is 46% in reading. So we now look back to early childhood literacy progress measure for reading. So if we look at the percent of pre-kindergarten students that score on grade level or above in reading on their diagnostic exam, which is called the Circle Diagnostic Exam, that should increase from 56% to 64% by June 2024. So the fourth table, right in the bottom middle part, again, House Bill 3, year 4, we are looking at the reading mastery pre-pandemic goal of 62%. And now the new goal was 62%, and our students in pre-kindergarten met at 82% of an actual score. So again, great job to the staff working with our pre-kindergarten students, and just knowing that they're working now towards that 3rd grade reading star and on track for that. Also, interventions, we might say, okay, well, how do we help close the gap, right, for students that are not a part of that 82%? In speaking with our strategists and speaking with staff, interventions are implemented to support students who do not meet these goals, to include teachers are provided with resources from the Circle. They do small group interventions. If 50% or more of our class does not show mastery, a Tier 1 whole group teach approach is implemented. And if less than 50% of students do not show mastery, a small group intervention is implemented, and students are actually regrouped by the domain that they're needing additional assistance in. Now on to progress measure 1.2, which is the percent of kindergartner students that score on track to meet grade level demands in reading on the Amplify DIBELS and the EDEL reading diagnostic. It'll increase from 52% to 60% by June. And they are actually now using the M-Class Amplify in both English and Spanish. And we can see at year 4, again, the pre-pandemic goal was 58%. And the mastery goal, the new goal set, was 48%. And again, the actual score attained was 79%. And on this information, again, students are also meeting the domain 3 federal accountability of 46% in reading. For progress measure 1.3, the percent of 1st grade students that score on track to meet grade level demands in reading on the M-Class Amplify DIBELS at or above benchmark are represented here again in year 4. So again, the pre-pandemic goal of 61%, the new mastery goal of 48%, and we can see that students attained at 68%. And again, they meet the domain 3 federal accountability percent of 46% in reading. And for progress measure 1.4, the percent of 2nd grade students that are on track to meet grade level demands in reading on the M-Class Amplify, we can see that the pre-pandemic goal that was set was 67%, and the new mastery goal was at 48%. And again, students attained at 2nd grade 68%, which again meets the domain 3 federal accountability of 46% in reading. And again, throughout all of these grade levels leading up to the 3rd grade STAR exam, the same supports and interventions are being looked at to ensure that students, that we close that gap between 68% to 100%, because we know that all students ultimately can be successful, and we just want to know how, and how else can we support with the resources we have and with our human capital as well. Moving on to House Bill 3, Goal 2, now we have a focus on early childhood math. And on this information, it'll look the same as it does for the reading, but now we are looking at the yearly target goals for STAR 3rd grade mathematics, and the percent of 3rd grade students that met at grade level or above. Again, our goal is to make that number increase each year. So on here, some information that we'll see is the pre-pandemic goal was 59%, and the new goal is 43%. And we had an actual score of 49%. And so again, all students, this is the percent that they met at or above grade level. And what we've also done to look at these goals is there's now a state 60 by 30 plan, which will allow for, the goal is to have 60% of students by 2030 meet this requirement. So incrementally between now and that time, adjusting it and just kind of reviewing those goals will set us to meet that 60 by 30 plan set by the state. So again, looking at progress measure 2.1, the percent of pre-kindergartners that score on track on the circle progress, so that is their resource, progress monitoring, their math diagnostic exam, increases from 55% to 70% by June 2024. If we look here, the circle diagnostic math mastery pre-pandemic goal is 64%. The new goal remained at 64%, with students actually attaining 84%. And again, same interventions. For students who do not meet these goals, we include our teachers who are providing and utilizing circle resources to provide small group interventions and approaching it the same way to ensure Tier 1 whole group instruction is supported, as well as small groups. Some information to note in changes here from when these goals were developed to what we're looking at now here in year 4. We'll notice at the top, progress measure 2.2, the percentage of kindergarten students that score on track on Go Math end of year, increasing from 54 to 66% by June 2024. I do want to note that at the time that these goals were created, the resource was utilized at that time was Go Math. Starting this year, the resource changed to iReady Math, and that is 2 different assessment types. And so we might ask, how is it different? The iReady Math assessment is adaptable to students' level of difficulty, and also aligns to some diagnostic assessments they're taking in iReady in reading language arts. And so to align those experiences for students, that is why iReady Math is being used. So now if we look at the pre-pandemic goal that was set previously at 64%, we might say, well, why is now the new mastery goal 48%? So we are looking at apples to oranges when we're looking at resources, and based on the adaptability of that assessment, we have to relook and see how do we help support students. And so with the actual math score, the kindergarten students still did well at 64%, but I feel it's important for y'all to have that information. So as we're looking at this data, we know that year 4 and moving forward are 2 different resources. Year 1, 2, and 3 is Go Math, and starting year 4 to next year, we'll be looking at iReady Math. For first grade students, we're looking at the same resource and change from year 1 to 3 versus to iReady now looking at year 4. And we'll see that the pre-pandemic goal was set at 64% and the new mastery goal at 48%. And our students are at that 48% currently. And again, a lot of interventions being in place. And also, the 21-22, 70% was the passing standard at that time, and it's also increased. So again, just adjusting the resource itself, adjusting the passing score, and adjusting to the STAR 2.0 in those goals themselves. And for progress measure 2.4, the percent of second grade students that score on track will increase from 53% to 67% by June 2024. Again, that goal was adjusted year 4 due to iReady Math being implemented from 64% pre-pandemic goal to a new goal of 48%, where our students are attaining 50%. And again, at that time, we will make sure that ensuring that the progress is increasing across the board. And our last HB3 goal 3 is college career military readiness for our high school students. And so here we'll see that the board approved in June 2020, a goal 3 for CCMR, the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for CCMR increasing from 76% to 80% by August 2024. And we'll see in House Bill, we're gonna now look at year 3 because college career military readiness lags by 1 year in our graduate cohort. And so that's why we're not looking at year 4. So we're looking at the 2022 graduates currently for this year's taper report. Okay, so we'll see there in the highlighted yellow, the bottom left part of our screen, that our CCMR graduates under the student achievement domain in the taper report will show an 86.2, and the CCMR scaled percent will be released after the TEA resolution is done. And overall, just for transparency for our community and just to see where our district has come from and how hard everybody works. You know, we are an A-rated district, but just using preliminary accountability local data, we'll be seeing that this year, again, even though it's based on prediction and based on data we are expected to earn a B. But again, that is unofficial and it cannot be fully official and determined until the litigation and court hearing is determined. And that concludes all the information for this report. Also on this slide here, there are links, and please be informed that these links are provided in this slide and they're also provided on our campus and district reports. They're available also on the district and campus websites. Campuses have collaborated with parental engagement specialists to schedule parent meetings to share the tape report with their respective schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nino. Did you want to say something? We're good.
Well, go to the last, just on the scores. Yeah, that one is, no, that one. Just that we have work to do as a district. We are at an 87, which is a B. Our data is 99.99% accurate, so we know where we are. We know that we have to work it back to how it used to be in 21-22 at a 95. So we have work to do, but I'm confident that the work that the staff is working on for this year and the changes that we're making, that we're going to be better than an 87 for this coming spring. And Ms. Nino's right, they haven't released those letter grades, but we know what they are. And we're working with that as a baseline, that it's an 87, and we just need to move it up to the 90s and be back as an A-rated district where we belong. And we're going to be working very hard to bring us up to an A again.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. We're now at item number 7, recognitions. We have none. We already did 8. We're at item 9, donations. We have none. We're now at item 10, consent agenda items 10A through F.
Madam President, unless there's anyone wanting to pull any item, I move to approve items 10A to 10F.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Saldivar and seconded by trustee Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're now at item 11, instructional services, instructional leadership, human resources, business and operations, and board of trustee items. 11A, instructional services items. 11A1, discussion and possible action on the 2024 summer school programs. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, summer school programs provide opportunities for students to enrich and recover academic skills from pre-K through 12. And so Dr. Cynthia Olivares would talk about this item. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Gutierrez and guests tonight. This presentation is just a brief overview of the summer programs that we will be offering this summer in June and July. This is the calendar. Our program will be a 15-day summer program, which will begin on June 3rd and run through June 21st, and it will be a Monday through Friday program this summer. The last day of school is on the 31st, and summer school starts the following Monday. We don't have any time in between, so that'll give us 15 days with our students this summer. The program sites are going to be, for the elementaries, we will have 3 sites at Castañeda Elementary, Escandon Elementary, and Jackson Elementary. The middle school site will be the Leon Middle School, and the high school sites will be the 3 comprehensive high schools, and then Achieve Early College High School, and Lamar will be housed at Achieve. So we will have 4 sites for our high school students. The elementary summer school sites, as I mentioned, these are the numbers of the students that we will be hosting and inviting to attend summer school. So campuses are given a number of students that they invite per grade level, and then they select their students based on their STAR results. They're able to make that determination to invite the students. Breakfast and lunch will be served. Transportation to and from school will also be provided. Transportation to the Boys and Girls Club from the summer school sites will be provided. And we have an agreement with and a partnership with the City of McAllen for McFun Zone. And today they confirmed the sites. So it will be the 3 elementary sites and then Milam Elementary and Alvarez Elementary as well. And those MAC Fun programs run from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. And those are programs that the city is in charge of, not our staff, but they do work at our campuses for the summer. We partner with them for that. The middle school site here, again, will be De Leon, the same thing. Classes will be at all sites. The day will start at 8 and will end at 12:30, and that is right after lunch has been provided. Monday through Friday, again, transportation will be provided, and transportation to the Boys and Girls Club as well. We are anticipating inviting 404 middle school students to attend summer school this summer. The high school sites will have two programs. The Gold Star program is the program for our students who have not been successful on STAR, and they have to come to summer school so that they can take that opportunity to retest in the summer and hopefully get that intensive tutorial in those 15 days and then be successful over the summer. And then we have the Grad Lab Credit Recovery Program, which is for all of our students at the high school level who need to regain a credit of some sort. And it is an online program that we provide in the summer, which is a continuation of what we offer during the school year through the Admentum software that we have at our high schools. And again, that will run the same dates, June 3rd through the 21st, 8 to 12:30, Monday through Friday. The summer school curriculum, our content coordinators are working to create that curriculum for our summer programs. For the elementary and the middle school, we have reading and math academies, and so those content coordinators are working on those lessons. They in turn will also make sure everything is TEKS aligned, that it is STAR focused, and they provide their supplies that they need. They send that to federal programs. We go ahead and we order all of those supplies and we get those sent out to the campuses by early May. They will be providing professional development to those teachers and then additional support throughout the summer. And there is an e-catalog of summer programs that is in progress, and that will be sent out to principals via memo with a link and a QR code, and then the parent specialist will send those out to all students and families through Skyward and ThrillShare so that everyone can have access to that program. During the summer, we will be hiring nurses. We'll have 4 RNs and an LVN that will be assigned to campuses, and they will split campuses. We will have the LVN who will work also as a rover, because the bilingual program is a program that is required that runs full day. It runs until 4 o'clock, and it's for our incoming first graders. And so that program has to run the full day, and so the LVN will be working the afternoon program as well to work with the bilingual program. There will be bus routes, of course. As I mentioned, the first week of school, they will be dropping off at the nearest, picking up and dropping off at the nearest elementary, and then once all of the students on the rosters are identified with addresses, they'll be doing home-to-home bus routes. The Child Nutrition Program, of course, will be providing breakfast and lunch at all the sites. They also provide meals at the Boys and Girls Club for the students, and the students have their lunch before they leave so that we can get that count in. And also, they will be keeping track of enrollment at the campuses. We have a shared spreadsheet, so they'll be having that as well. And then the campus cafeteria managers are the ones who will be contacting to make sure that all the meals are prepared for that day, for every day. Our police, the police officers that are assigned to the campuses that are going to be the sites will be the same officers that will be doing the summer school program. So because they are familiar and for safety purposes, we want them to be the same officers there because they're familiar with the campus already and in case of any type of emergency. Any questions?
Madam President, I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Salazar.
Thank you. Counselors, how many counselors are you going to have? How are they going to be identified, if you're going to have them at all, and what campuses?
We do have counselors at summer school. We have counselors at the high schools with under the credit recovery, the credit recovery program, because they are the ones who are tracking the students. And also, they actually work both programs. They work the Gold Star and they work the credit recovery to keep track of students' credits, to make sure that students are, as they're finishing their credits in the summer, they're getting posted, they're getting updated so that the registrar can get those up on their transcripts and hopefully get the students to be back on cohort before school starts.
How many counselors are you going to have at that?
One per high school, and then one over at Achieve.
Okay. Any at the middle school at all, or elementary?
We do not, at the middle schools, we don't have counselors. We do have social workers that are at the middle school.
Gotcha. And at the elementary, do you have social workers there, or anyone?
There is a
assisting?
program that is a youth connection program, so there is outreach with social workers at all levels, but if there is a need, there is always a counselor. There's a social worker that will be on call. There'll be 3.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Appreciate your presentation.
Also, Boys and Girls Clubs have social workers on staff as well now.
That's right.
Yes.
I want to thank Dr. Olivares, the leadership team, for putting this information all together for summer, even though we're like 3 months away, but the planning starts now. So thank you, Dr. Olivares, and thank you to the leadership team. We did add, by the way, summer school Monday through Friday instead of Monday through Thursday. So instead of having 12 days, we added 3 more, so we'll have 15 instructional days, because these are the kids that need the most help. So we added 3 Fridays to make it 15 days and provide more instruction for the kids that need the most help.
I'm impressed. This is a very well-developed, very comprehensive presentation and plan, so thank you all very much.
My favorite part was invited. I love that.
It's very good.
Okay, we're now on item 11.8. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you.
It's an action item.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is for action this evening. That requires action this evening.
Move to
Board.
approve, Madam President.
Second. It's been moved by Trustee Saldivar and second by Trustee De La Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Now, item 11.8.2, report regarding Theory of Knowledge International Baccalaureate course. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, Mrs. Karen Nitch, Director of Advanced Academics, will give a report regarding policy EIC local and theory of knowledge. This is a course that is at the IB campus and is for consideration. It's an information item, but it's something that for consideration to be a weighted class as part of the GPA for students. So I know that it's been probably discussed in the past, so we're bringing it up again in the event that we're going to consider this class to be weighted for GPA. Go ahead, Ms. Nitch.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez and board members, Ms. Aliceda. So there's a presentation here, and the presentation was put together by a team representing the principals and the high school curriculum and instruction design team. The question on the cover is, why is theory of knowledge not weighted? It is not part of the Texas core. It's not required to be weighted. A non-core course can be taken to the Board of Trustees for approval to be weighted if the school district administrative team recommends it. The next slide is EIC local, and a key term here that's been highlighted are under the weighted grading system. It says the district shall categorize and weight courses as advanced, honors, college prep, and standard. In accordance with the provisions of this policy, advanced courses are eligible IB courses, advanced placement, and dual credit courses designated in the curriculum bulletin shall be categorized and weighted as advanced courses. So the Theory of Knowledge course is not a Texas core course. It has no previous board approval, and administration is not recommending an approval of the course weight. The AP Research, AP Seminar course is board approved. Administration recommended to the board the approval of the course for the benefit of the program growth. On this last page are some references. First of all is the reference to the board meeting June 2016, and only AP Research and AP Seminar were listed and approved under the consent agenda. The various curriculum bulletins, no weight has been given to this course except for a working copy that was under review and later corrected. The high school strategic design team, the topic has been taken and discussed multiple times over several years, and the decision remains the same. And then policy EIC. Under the weighted system, under the advanced courses category, it states eligible IB courses are to be weighted. This course is not considered a weighted eligible course. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Nitsch.
Okay, I guess I'll start.
Trustee Dela Garza?
I have some questions. Going back to your slide showing the differences between the two, it says TOK is number 1, not a Texas core course. Is AP Capstone a Texas core course?
They're Texas core, neither of them are Texas core courses. They're both innovative courses. There's 2 AP Research and AP Seminar, those are 2 innovative courses, and Theory of Knowledge is an innovative course.
Right. So it said, even though AP Research and AP Seminar is not a Texas core course, it was brought to the board for approval. From what I understand, I was not on the board at that time. It was brought to the board for approval because the district wanted to grow the AP Capstone program, which is completely understandable. And at the time, AP Research and AP Seminar was categorized as what?
So the courses were, at the time, they were innovative courses. So all innovative courses have to come to the board for approval.
Okay.
And at the time, the 2 courses, the research and seminar course, were considered as social sciences on the AP side. So there was the categories like the math courses, the science courses, and then the social science courses. So at the time, there's a lot of excitement around offering the courses at the high schools,
right.
And they're very rigorous courses. So the decision was made to weight the courses.
And it was brought to the board for approval because it is our policy, or that's the policy of TEA?
That's the state policy. Anytime you have an innovative course, that has to come to the board for approval before we can offer it.
So TOK was not an innovative course initially, but from what I understand, now it is.
Yes.
As since when?
So I want to go back to right before COVID, and I think it was 20. The book was open, and I say the book, the CO22 and State Board of Education started moving some courses around, and they took the IB Theory of Knowledge course and transferred it over to be an innovative course. And that was then placed in a section on that CO22 and they were together in that section. However, TEA did not publish in a timely manner the list of the courses that had been switched over. So our own Department of Technology and the PEMS office didn't even know it had been switched over to be an innovative course. In fact, we didn't know until the beginning of this year that it was an innovative course, that the course number had changed.
Right, and so I think in 20, whatever changes were made, I mean, I had a senior graduating in 20, and I think anything after March of 2020 is still a blur. So I can see where maybe we didn't catch it at that time to then bring it to the board. But my issue with the statement number 3, administration is not recommending an approval of the course weight. I mean, based on what? I think it can be brought to the board for review, just like AP Capstone was, because number 1, neither are a Texas core course. Number 2, both are now classified as innovative courses. And your reason number 2 on for the growth of the AP program, I think, and I speak for myself, I know that I want all of our programs at McAllen ISD to grow. So I would love to continue this discussion as a board, because I feel that these courses are basically now the same in their categories, and either they both need to be weighted or neither needs to be weighted, but they need to be treated fairly for all of our students that participate on both sides. So that's my opinion.
Trustee Silver.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. How many students are this past year took AP Capstone?
There's 2 courses, and then the AP Research course is a pretty large course. It's being offered at 2 of our high schools. It has MAID at 2 of our high schools. And I would say there's over 75, 80 students in the AP research course. I'm sorry, I have them backwards, the seminar course. And then the AP research course is the second course. It's a little bit more rigorous than the seminar course, and the enrollment has decreased a little bit. I couldn't even tell you what it is, maybe like 40.
Okay. And how many students are taking the theory of knowledge?
So the Theory of Knowledge course is offered over 2 years. The juniors at Lamar Academy take a year of Theory of Knowledge, and then the seniors. So the class count for the juniors is about 68 students, I believe, and then the seniors is probably in the low 70s.
Now, going back to the AP research and EP seminar, is that a 2-year, 2 separate, you take one year and take the other?
Yes.
Is there a certain order you take them, like junior?
Take the seminar first and then the research second.
And getting online at TEA, I looked at the course codes, and on IB Theory of Knowledge, it's got a PIMS number, which is Public Education Information Management System, which we talked about earlier, and for which we have to document every student's, well, you know this better than anyone, but it's listed there and it counts as 1 credit. And then it mentions the Advanced Placement Seminar, and it's got a code number there, 1 credit. And then the AP placement research, 1 credit. Correct. So an IB student, even though it's 2 years, is only going to get 1 credit.
They get, there's a so the Theory of Knowledge course has to be taught over 2 years.
Okay.
So there's the actual Theory of Knowledge course. There's three components to this whole IB core. There's the Theory of Knowledge, the course itself. There's the extended essay portion of the course, and then the creativity, activity, and service. And so all of those 3 together make up a 2-year program. The school's been calling it pre-Theory of Knowledge and then Theory of Knowledge, but technically that TOK course sits over the course of 2 years. And I can't say that we do one thing, like we do the extended essay and then we go into a semester of TOK and then another semester of TOK and then do CAS. They're all running simultaneously within that course, all over the course of 2 years. Ms. Nino's the expert. She's been the principal head of school at Lamar, so I think, is that correct? Am I correct, more or less? Yeah. Yeah. So it all runs simultaneously.
So is it likelihood that you would have AP students taking the Theory of Knowledge or
No.
Theory of Knowledge students taking AP?
No, there's no crossover.
But you do have a similar number of students, with the exception of the AP research. It seems like the numbers of Theory of Knowledge and at least the portion dealing with seminar of AP seminar are about the same number of student participants.
More or less.
More or less. And looking at the information on TEA, which I did look at length to the criteria and the explanation, it seems they're almost identical. As to what they're trying to get to, and it's basically, as Ms. Guerra pointed out in her presentation to the board earlier, is to know what you know.
Right.
And from what I saw on the IB one, in addition to writing, I think it's 1,600 pages.
Words.
And then you have to do a presentation and you have to do service and like. Would you see the 2 of them as comparable? The AP capstone of the 2 parts and the Theory of Knowledge?
Yes, they're to me they're very similar courses with very similar ends and goals. Both of them have to be awarded so that the student receives a diploma, the AP capstone diploma or the IB diploma. And they're both research courses, extensive writing, assessments, a lot of inquiry in both the courses. I've worked with the teachers for these courses for years. When we first started the AP capstone and Theory of Knowledge discussion, that started in 2013, I was really engaged with the AP research and seminar because I had to get it started as a program. And Theory of Knowledge was already in place. But I went to a training and the training that I went to for IB, my training got closed down because there was not enough participants. So I had to go sit in the TOK training because I was already Seattle with the other people, and so I had to sit in this TOK training, or else I would have had no training to attend. And that was so challenging. I just was very impressed by the course and the rigor of the course and the level of writing that had to take place, and the level of the teachers that were there was just absolutely impressive. So to me, they're very, very similar courses.
So a student that goes through the AP capstone, and you and I have had quite a few conversations, so I'm fairly familiar, but not everybody had the privilege of being in that conversation. It's voluntary. Students can take that course or not take that course. And how are they encouraged to take the AP 2 parts?
So there's recruitment that takes place really with the AP teachers. I am going to say that right now there is a push in some of our surrounding districts, especially like in PSJA, the P-Tech school. They're requiring it, the AP seminar course of all sophomores, and then hopefully to engage the students in the research course the junior or senior year. So they're doubling that course up with English 2, and it's a block. So that's an interesting innovation. The College Board is providing us with incentives to enroll sophomores into the AP seminar course as well. And then districts around us in other areas, upstate, are enrolling, mass enrolling students in AP seminar as sophomores.
But
so
AP seminar as a mandatory,
seminar, right?
Not CP.
Right.
You know, there's the Long Star, which is our news periodical for the Texas Association of School Boards. And it's a really interesting article showing what school districts are doing. And of course, one of the headings is Voices and Choices. Students get to say on how to close the learning gap. And this is another book that TASB recommends for those taking the leadership program, which I did in 2014. It's called World Class Learners. And it's talking about the future of innovation in industries that probably as many as 90% of the working force in the next 20 years are going to be entrepreneurs, coming up with their own innovative concepts and the like and bring them to the marketplace. So I think we're at a point now, or maybe I need to ask this one last question. When was the last time that the district did a comprehensive review of all these classes that we could either, because looking at the site, we can come up with our own and submit it to TA and go through the process of a AP type program or similar to be an innovative course, or we can take some that are already on their list, and there's several pages here. When was the last time we looked at it comprehensively and holistically about what we want to bring in to prepare our students for 21st learning environment?
So I do know that the CTE department has several of their courses that they offer are innovative courses. And because many of the courses are tied to industry need, that's really how you determine which kind of courses to bring in, or community need. So we've had, we have the AP diploma, capstone diploma program, and so the community wanted that, the teachers wanted that, so that's why we offered it. The IB program, came about in 2000, and so the IB TOK course was part of that that package, and so now it's an innovative course. I think that many of those courses there are very exciting and interesting courses, but many of them are the CTE courses tied to industry, tied to the local industry. So, I mean, I see some there all the time that I'm like, wow, the wind energy courses, and there's some really great ones there. But that would have to be one of the departments bringing that up.
So do you know, or anybody know, when was the last time there was a review? Because I've seen the CTE, and they're fantastic, and we have the highest number of students getting certifications and licenses. And that's great. Many of them use that to go on to further educate themselves. So I get that. But the industries of tomorrow, which are happening today, and they're constantly evolving. One of us was talking, and I said, the last 5 jobs I had in my career, 3 of them I developed and designed myself, and eventually it became company-wide, and and those jobs became available. That's what our young people are going to be facing, not just here. Because really one of our best exports of the Valley is our youth. They're not staying here. I mean, I didn't, my wife didn't, my son didn't. A lot of ours go away, and hopefully we come back. So that's my point. When was the last time we went beyond what the traditional environment here to review what we need to do? Do we know?
I do know that the director for CTE asked me about 3 years ago to give her guidance on bringing an innovative course to the district. So I walked her through what I had done. But that was 3 years ago. So each director looks at those courses as needed. But have we sat down and done a comprehensive review? No, we have not. Okay. Not recently.
All right. Obviously, whatever we do, if we do anything, and I think the administration really ought to be looking at, because the fairness of it, I agree with it. It doesn't, on the surface, look to be equitable. When you have roughly the same amount of students in two different parts of the program, which, our role is to be college, career, and military ready. These individuals, when they complete this, the rigor of the 2-year program and the AP search, they're comparable. And so they should all be weighed and be allowed to be weighed, or not. If you're going to not be fair to one, then don't be fair to, don't do the other. I really think the administration really ought to look at this. I think the second thing is you really need to look at a holistic approach of what's happening, because when we did our strategic plan, and it says on there, we are preparing our students for the world economy, the world market. And so it can't be just isolated to what business and owners of business in the Valley want. Clearly, we need to do that, but simultaneously, you got to look way beyond that, because most of our children are leaving and hopefully come back, but many of them don't. And so giving them those skill sets and that knowledge and that experience, I think, would put McAllen in a much better place than we are now. So I don't know what else to say. Obviously, it would be 8th grade and above. The current students, it wouldn't apply, because in fairness, the cohort would have to be 8th graders coming in if you do anything for next year as freshmen. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. It applies to incoming freshmen. Any changes to weighted classes.
Gotcha. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your presentation.
Trustee Vera.
Just briefly, I just want to say, given everything that I've heard today and doing my own research, such as the other trustees have, given the rigor of both courses and the amount of work involved, I tend to agree also with the public comment, Ms. Guerra, and what she said. If the courses are similar in that nature, then I think that they should be, like Trustee Delgado said, either weighted the same or not weighted at all. I think that's a discussion that maybe, hopefully, we can have in the future as a board.
Well,
so I'm of the opposite mind, and I'm going to tell you why. I have a nephew who was here in 2010 in the IB program, and he was not into volunteer work, and he found this to be detrimental to his GPA. And so what we're talking about here is class ranking. I think it's wonderful that we have rigorous classes. I think that we should have a ton of rigorous classes. We should constantly be looking for innovative, rigorous classes. But you're talking about class ranking. You're talking about trying to be the valedictorian, trying to get a full ride to a school, trying to be top 4%, trying to get into UT Austin. Those percentages are by the hair. And so ranking is incredibly important. The difference between AP is it's a voluntary thing to be in. TOK is not voluntary. It's a mandatory thing, so you have to take it. And so it's also a class where you're not taught like 1 + 1 = 2 and then you get tested on that. You're not taught something by a teacher and then evaluated on that test. So you're not, there's not assessments on it. It's a class where you write papers on, where you volunteer, you volunteer and then you write an essay on it. You volunteer, you write an essay on it. You volunteer, you write an essay on it. If you're somebody who's very, if you work full time, or if you're very involved in athletics or fine arts and you don't have the time to do all the time in volunteer work, you're not going to have the experience, and so your teacher's not going to grade you. And then your teacher's grade is subjective. It's discretionary on your teacher. He had a very hard teacher who was giving everybody 80s. And so if you have an 80, even if you give 13 points, that gave him a 93 that he had to now put into his GPA to weight. And so it lowered him and knocked him out from getting automatic into the UT system, because that teacher had the discretion. It wasn't based on actual assessments where you could see if that child learned something, because there wasn't TEKS, there wasn't a scope and sequence to it. There wasn't, there's not TEKS to it. There wasn't like, the first 6 weeks you're going to be learning this, and then you're going to be tested on it, you're going to be assessed on it. It was strictly discretionary on the teacher. So you could, on the other hand, get a teacher who's giving everybody hundreds. And so now only the IB students who are taking TOK have 113 in their GPA now. And so now they're blowing everybody out at the home campus out of being top 10% or top 4% or top 3%, because now they have those 13 extra points. And it's 2 years of those 13 extra points, right? I might be wrong on that part. But I see it as, 13 points every year. So when I look at it, I say, could it be detrimental? Absolutely. And so I would never want to do something that could be detrimental because it's a mandatory ask. It's not based on an assessment. It's based on the discretion of the teacher that's teaching it. And if my kid has a personality conflict with that teacher, and that teacher has the discretion to mess with my kid, and I can't go in there and say, well, look, my kid got this right, this right, this right. Show me where my kid messed up. The teacher can't. The teacher's going to say, oh, well, I didn't like this. I thought they could have done better here. But that's discretionary. It's subjected to that teacher. And that's why I personally have a problem with it, because I see how it could be detrimental to a student who's trying to be the valedictorian, and because it's a mandatory class. I mean, I wouldn't want to take that class if I was at IB, but I could take AP classes at IB. And so that's why I think that's probably why administration is not recommending that we do this. So I think there's a lot, I think that when we look at things, yes, there's a great side to it, an upside to it, but there's also a detrimental side. And I think that that's the unintended consequence of this. And that's probably why we class ranking is, you're messing with the kid's ability to get into the college by doing this. And so I'm of the opinion that we leave it as is.
Can I ask?
Trustee Kittleman.
So, this has never been brought. What, from the perspective of the administration,
Because the IB course, the TOK course was a regular IB course. And so it was part of the IB, I would say, series of courses that a district can offer. But in 20, when it was moved over at the end of the school year as an innovative course, we didn't notice. We didn't see it. And so all innovative courses have to be approved. So the theory of knowledge by itself is a 1-credit course. And then, like I said, there's the creativity, activity, and service part, which is a new component that's been added to this suite of a 2-semester course. And that took place in 2013-14 or 14-15, that they expanded to a 2-year course. Because prior to that, it was just TOK by itself. And then the students did have to do the service projects outside of school, and they have to write a reflection. They have to keep a process journal. And of course, not everybody wants to do that, but that wasn't an actual part of the TOK course.
No, it's not.
And so, I just feel like it's a choice. Everything's a choice, including class rank. Class rank is a choice, and it's a choice. And I don't like to muddy the water and talk about rank with these 2 courses, but rank is a choice. It's a choice of what you're going to do. And then it's even more important, the choice of all the things you're not going to do. I'm not going to go to the football game because I need to study. I'm not going to go out with my friends. This is how I'm going to spend my time. Those are the big choices. The courses that students take, I like to keep that pure because I think that learning for the sake of learning and thinking about what you're going to do in the future is really important. And so I see such great success coming out of the IB program and the curriculum, and I also see such great success coming out of the high schools with AP Capstone. I don't like to pit the 2 against each other. I feel like the mother of these 2 programs and trying to keep everybody lockstep together and happy and moving forward. But there's choices to be made everywhere. And so I've said what we have to say about the courses, and I don't know, whatever the direction is.
Trustee. Actually, Trustee Kittleman has the floor.
One more thing. I just think, what is our criteria for McAllen ISD? And if this falls in it, then it meets it. And if it doesn't, we have to know what is our criteria for extra weight in the GPA, for all these extra points.
So the criteria are the 4 core courses. The academic core being a math, science, social studies, or English language arts course. Okay, so if the courses fall within those 4 subjects, those subject areas, then they can be weighted. And then there's some and that's just real clear and simple. Because these are innovative courses, they fall out of that realm. Okay, even though AP Research and Seminar are writing courses, and their research courses, and TOK is a writing course and a research course. They and taught by content core teachers, they fall out of that realm because they're innovative courses.
Thank you, Trustee Kittleman. Ms. Nino.
Thank you. So if I may just add to what Mrs. Nitch is sharing, and just for facts and for information to help with decision-making and just, again, in general. So the theory of knowledge, along with all other diploma IB courses, evolved from one-year courses to two-year courses in the year, actually from 2018 moving forward. They started out with math, then they started out with the next one, and theory of knowledge evolved into a two-year course in 2020. In that year, and yes, TEA only acknowledges 1 year of credit. In the IB lens, the IB program, they are required to take it over the span of the diploma course, which is junior year and senior year. And it is externally assessed. And so what I mean by that is we are looking at a two-year course where theory of knowledge evolved because over year one and year two, they are required to do a TOK exhibition. And many have joined at those exhibitions. Those are great ways to engage community, but that is required of those students. We have had students attend Science Olympiad on trips, and they cannot be excused from attending the exhibition because IB says you must be present and you must be there to complete this part for that course. In addition, they have a theory of knowledge essay that is 1,600 words, and that is part of the course content. So IB has course objectives, they have course alignment. They would be called, or what you would be similar to TEKS, but in the IB course, it is their course objectives. And that is why TA recognizes those courses, but they only recognize it for 1 year. In addition, over those 2 years, we then work collaboratively to support students with the extended essay, which is 4,000-word research paper that they are working on from junior year all the way through submission. That is also an internal assessment. So at these points in time throughout the 18 months, they have an exhibition, they have an essay, part of their course, and then separately they have an extended essay, which we've merged into including in the course. So again, assessments are scored by IB examiners. So what the teacher is entering, they are responsible to ensure alignment. And because IB is going to check on us, those IB examiners can come back and say, you need to check on this teacher. They don't know how to maybe properly grade. We've not had that, thankfully, because we have a lot of professional development. But just so that information is provided for that as well. And in that same year, actually 2020, the AP Capstone course was also refined. And so you're looking at these two-year courses where, again, the skills beyond the subject are similar, and it's just so that the information is the same. Critical thinking, research, social collaboration, time management skills, communication, presentation skills for college. So they're utilizing and developing, that is part of both those program expectations as Ms. Nitch had shared. And again, they're over 2 years. The students do not have an option, like President Ali Seda said, to take it. It is required. It is part of their IB core. It just does not count as a Texas core class, and that's why it's never come to be weighted in the past. And so just to give you background, though, on what that course entails over their time, it is very, very in-depth. We've had students, because of their extended essay writing, have gotten credit for that in their entrance to colleges, even though that's not what's expected. They've said, we want to see your extended essay topics. And those extended essay topics are so in-depth because they're independent research papers. I cannot have another topic in that entire campus as anybody else. And again, they're highly measured by IB, but in addition, it's the expectation of the staff member to know that, are you guiding the student with limited feedback, which in all classes we expect teachers to be supportive and feedback. This is one area in one program in internal assessments you cannot help them at all. And then of course the external assessments is where they go and sit and take a paper, such as in math, science, and others. But just to hopefully give you all some background on why the 2 years now looks more refined and more prescribed as all the other courses in IB for the diploma program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nino. Trustee Peña.
Thank you so much. Ms. Nino or Ms. Nitch, How does a child get into IB?
So there's an application, but it really is a matching process. I've always called it a matching process.
That's fine.
Does the program requirements fit your needs? And then are you ready to commit to that level of rigor?
Do we have slots? Like, how many kids do IB? How many can we fit there?
We can take up to 125, 130 freshmen.
Okay. And so we've established that, right? It's a choice. You want to go to IB, you know what's behind IB. You know the rigor that comes with that. Somewhere along the line, somebody's going to tell you you're going to take theory of knowledge and what it entails. Now, AP seminar goes first. AP research goes second. You mentioned you have about 75 or 80 in the seminar course?
Across the district.
Across the district, and it drops to 40. What happens to that child that did the seminar but didn't go to the research?
It's very rigorous, and then, like I said, it's all about choices. Students choose.
Choice.
Yeah. Well, and then this is what starts to happen. The senior year, kids are in athletics. They're in their fine arts. The teachers teach other courses as well. So the schedule starts moving around, absolutely. And then at some point, kids start making choices. Like, I really don't want to give up, whatever to take research because it's really hard.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think, and I've heard Dr. De Hoyo say this all the time, we just want the best for everybody. We want all the opportunities we can give to our kids, right? So there are choices you make. You can take AP courses. If you can get into IB, if that's what your needs are and you fit in and you make that cut, you go to IB. Both rigorous. There's dual credit. Rigor's there too. There's a whole support model that comes with that. Everybody in here knows my position on dual credit, and that's a huge opportunity that I think we need to improve on. Said it 100 times. I'm not going to harp on it anymore. But I think that, to be fair, we weight everything, right? You just finished, and Ms. Nino, great explanation of the rigor of both courses. They're rigorous. They're make or break for these kids. My niece went to IB. She got accepted, finished at UT, and went to Duke Law. She's a successful attorney now. Good for her. She made choices. She did her research and decided that she was going to do IB, knowing all full well what was going to go on there. She decided to give up, the extracurricular stuff because she knew ultimately where she wanted to be. And I think all our kids, we're doing a great job at this district of preparing them to make those hard choices as they get older. If you're a star athlete, but you want to go to IB, it's going to be tough, but it's doable, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely doable.
I have one.
Yeah, absolutely doable. So if you know yourself, and by that time, hopefully you do, you're able to make those decisions. So I think this is a discussion we need to continue. I think we need to be fair to all the kids across the board. And if this is one of those courses, and Trustee Saldivar, great point about the review of all of our programs and our offerings for the kids. But I think, to be fair, if they're just as rigorous as one or the other, they should both be weighted. And I know GPA is such a touchy subject, not just here, but across the country and everywhere. It does mean the difference between money, less money, where you end up, where you don't. And so I think this is something worthy of looking at, and that we can, have a good discussion and maybe give it the due diligence it needs. So thank you, everybody, for the hard work on all
Thank you,
that.
Trustee.
If I could just close with,
Dr. De Hoyos.
Our discussion. AP seminar, students that take AP seminar and AP research, they must pass the AP seminar exam in order to move on to research. So that's when you probably see the decrease in numbers. Now, also, this is something that students at the comprehensive schools don't have to take. They're not cohorted like at Achieve or at IB, that they must take a set sequence of courses. This is a choice that students take, and the number is not that large. We're trying to grow it. Like Ms. Nitch mentioned, other districts are trying to pair it with an English course or so that all students can be at that time, when you do cohort a group of students or a grade level, then it will be more balanced and equitable to weigh both. But being that it's only a group of students that they're not required to take, that's when it becomes a choice, and that's when the IB students get more options to be able to rank their courses. So, and coming back to Mr. Saldiva's question, how often do you review this? We review the courses every year in order for them to be in a curriculum bulletin. We don't have a third party, and that was one of my questions, if that's what you were referring to have a third party entity to review. We review it, coordinators, directors, master schedulers, dean, every single year on what is that we're offering the students and what changes are we gonna
Madam
do?
President, I have one question, I'm sorry.
Ms.
Ms. Nino,
Were you finished, Dr. De Hoyos?
oh,
Yeah, I can finish.
okay, thank you, sorry.
Trustee LaGarza.
Ms. Nino, IB freshmen have how many opportunities to take what AP classes?
So at IB,
They
have AP Human Geography, and then it just depends on when they come into us as far as what is their next level of math, their next level of science, but they don't have another social studies, so to say, individuals and societies to
Right.
choose from. So they're taking AP Human Geography.
Which is the same that's offered at the homeschools.
Correct.
But at the homeschools, those kids who are also could be advanced have the opportunities to take other AP courses as well, right?
Absolutely.
So to say that, I think we're confusing it by saying, well, the IB kids are going to get more points. The IB curriculum is very structured. Basically, the 2 years of MYP, they're told what they take. The only AP classes that they can take are the same ones that are offered at the homeschools.
So there's transparency right from the beginning, and kind of going back to Ms. Peña's, to Trustee Peña's question about the application. It is a holistic application to where we get to allow them to interview. They do take an entrance exam that does not keep them out from the program, just to know really where is their baseline in learning in reading and math. And it's a conversation to open up with families because it is an investment, as any program is an investment, whether they're going to AP or they're going into CTE pathway, et cetera. And so those experiences are aligning with them, but we also know what the expectation is in that diploma program. And so you have to start them out earlier with that rigor, because by the time they get to 11th grade, even transitioning 10th to 11th grade, they're going to experience some challenges, not so much because they can't do it, but to push them to a level of rigor where it is truly a full college level program and everything that they're taking, so that they're successful. That's what they're going there to do. And so again, you know, we've done our best as a faculty there, you know, prior to me joining in this role, to include teachers are in on those committees, teachers are in on developing and creating, but we want them to be successful. And so we set that up from the time they're interested in that application to say, this is what it'll look like. We have students that, you know, take them through, this is what I looked like at freshman year, sophomore year, and we engage our parents along the way to say no year will look the same, but what year in high school does, right? So I think it's just always about transparency and finding the best fit for students. I've worked with our comprehensive high school principals collaboratively, as well as Mr. Carmona at Achieve Early College, and we say, if this wasn't the best fit for you, where can we plug you in? Because we ultimately want the best for our students regardless. But again, it's if we step back, we want the best for students, and no matter what pathway. And if you were to dissect another pathway, and that's not AP or that's not IB, you would probably hear them you know, be proponents of what their courses look like in advanced areas. For example, again, I'm thinking of CT as well. So we're here to always help, you know, answer questions and also find what's best for students and families, because no matter what it is they pick, it's an investment of their time, it's an investment of choice. And when you do pick a program, you are locked into that curriculum. We cannot, you know, mix a little here, mix a little there. you are going to take what they tell you. If you go to law school, you're going to take what they tell you to take. If you go to medical school, they tell you. If you're going to welding, every program of study is clearly defined and outlined, and that's just what these programs set us up to do.
Ms. Nino, thank you so much. I'm going to move this along. We have Trustee Regalado, and after that, we're going to close this out and go on to the next
Before we
session.
move on, I'd like to make a motion to bring this back or send this back to Dr. Gutierrez for further evaluation and for the administration to come back with what their recommendation is after this discussion.
Second.
Yes, we have further discussion now. Trustee Regalado?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to give a bird's eye comment. I think what's most interesting, obviously, we want to be fair to everybody, and I tend to agree with the equitable outlook of either giving credit to both or not giving credit to either. But I think that this kind of presents a problem that we may see continuing in the future. And I would like to see if the administration can come up with a rubric, or how is it that once it comes to the board for an innovative course to be approved or not approved for credit, what is it that we look at as a board to make that decision so that it can be fair moving forward? I don't want us to see, having this discussion that's very difficult and kind of tends to pull on people's heartstrings and personal interests sometimes maybe. I would really like it to be fair and that we can just know this is when we approve and when we don't, and black and white. But thank you everyone for your work.
Thank you, Trustee Regalado.
I second the motion because, while I like having meetings, the reality is we're not the decision makers on the academic side. We're not. And so for us to get into a continuation of our conversation, since we are talking about the motion, I think it's better suited. You've heard us, and I think it's either both or none. I had some other follow-up questions, but I can share that with the superintendent, and I will. I think there was a misunderstanding of what I was saying. I know you do an annual review, but I'm talking about globally looking at jobs, because it was mentioned that we only look at jobs locally. Well, there's a lot of career paths out there that I can tell you, working for a major corporation, that are very different than what's being taught here in any school district in the Valley. Be that as it may, that's the reason I think we're giving you direction. We expect an equitable approach to this. I do agree with the matrix. I think we have to see that going. But the other thing is, I was going to ask is, and I don't need an answer, but how many other innovative courses are getting weighted? So I think in your equation and your assessment and in your discussions as an executive leadership team, you need to give that a further broad look for us as trustees. Was this an isolated instance? Because I remember before or after that we were asked to do something. I find it interesting in retrospect that it was a consent agenda. This is a major decision.
Sure.
And so that's why I agree with Trustee Delgado Lopez that we give you directive and we send it back to you, and you and your team come up with a recommendation. Hear from all of us, talk to all of us, but I think we're going to be kind of going around.
Yeah, thank you, Karen, for all you do too. It's a lot of work.
But we've already spent a lot of time discussing this item. It's been
You just gotta give
we
us
went
a
overboard on it. The only thing I say is when you look at weighting, when you're going to weight classes, all I want is that the same equal opportunities for all kids. If it's going to be weighted for the kids at IB, I want to make sure that the kids at the comprehensive high schools have another class that could be weighted so that there's the same opportunities for them. But that's something that I need to work with my team.
Yes, sir.
I don't mind that we weight this class and it levels the playing field for everyone. And if it doesn't, then we need to find another class for the kids in the comprehensive high schools to maintain equity and opportunities for the rankings to be competitive, because they're very competitive. I mean, you separate the top 10 by 1 point, because they're all at a decimal of a point, So we're going to go back. We're going to look at it. I don't mind bringing it back, making a recommendation to weigh it, but I want to make sure that the weighing that class for IB it still competes. The kids that are in the comprehensive high schools are still competing equally with the IB kids for those class rankings. And if it's not, then we need to do something for the comprehensive high schools as well. And it may be more than one class, and it's okay. The more the merrier for our kids, and the opportunities are there.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a matter of, if now these are innovative courses, then we have Right, a bucket where we know such innovative courses are gonna be weighted, but I think that they need to be, right, either all innovative courses are weighted or they're not, but we can't do a rubric.
Yeah, and that there's a level playing field for all kids across the schools.
Okay, let's wrap this up.
Thank you.
So the motion, trustee De La Garza, do you want to restate it, or it was basically what trustee Saldivar said? Send it back, come back, look at it.
Come back with a recommendation.
Come back with a recommendation. I would love to come back with the recommendation to weight, to recognize it as an innovative course and weight it.
Based on a rubric.
Based on the fact that it's an innovative course like Capstone.
So let's make sure your motion's clear. You want to restate your motion? Because I feel like you're doing two things. I feel like one motion was to have a rubric, and then your motion
I never mentioned the rubric. My motion was to send it back to administration for review, given the discussion tonight, and bring it back to us with a recommendation.
Strictly TOK.
And Capstone, because now they're both classified the same. So tonight, the recommendation was not to recommend TOK. So AP Capstone is already an approved course, which was brought to the board and an approved course as an innovative course. So I would like to make the motion to send this back to administration to review, given the discussion tonight, how they are both similar courses, they are both innovative courses, neither are Texas core courses, and that they come back with a recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee De La Garza and second by trustee Saldivar. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, are you, just do finger, up or down?
Thumb.
Do thumb, do thumb.
Okay.
No, she did say that.
She said aye.
But was she aye in the negative or the positive?
Are you aye for
Sorry, I said aye in the affirmative.
Okay.
I'm for.
Okay, so there's 6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, that's myself.
I don't want to throw this off, but legal, there's no action on this item. Why are we taking action?
Yeah.
This is a procedural, which you're allowed to make procedural motions.
Correct, and so nobody's taking action on it right now, one way or the other. What they're asking is for it to go back down to you all to review it, so that you can come back later on with a recommendation.
So there's an action.
Because the recommendation there is not to do it. I see what you're saying.
There's an action where it says information item only. I just want to make sure that we are
I think it might have been
okay.
stated on the agenda.
Because it says
you're saying recommended.
this is an item is for information purpose only. If it's okay with legal, I'm okay. I just want to make sure that the action is legit.
So what it states here is what has come with that course through the years. It was not recommended, but it's not being brought.
That's what happened in the past.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
It's in the past.
That was the past.
That was the two comparison. But today it's just for information only.
You see, I interpreted what you just said. It wasn't that you were recommending.
Yeah, we're not
I'm
recommending.
not, it's information only, but we,
That was the history of it.
Under the Texas Education Code, section 11.151A2, it says the Board of Trustees in a meeting can ensure that the superintendent implements, monitors, plans, procedures, programs, and systems to achieve appropriate, clear, defined, and desired results in the major areas of the district operation. So all we're doing is providing direction to them. And this is allowed under the Texas Education Code, section 11.115, which is, that in the Texas Government Code allows us to procedural to direct the superintendent. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, it does, but without an action. It can be done openly. We don't have to vote on it. There's no action.
But
It could be part of the
we can
discussion.
take this discussion and start the process of.
I totally disagree with the administration on that. In order for the Board of Trustees to give the superintendent direction, and it's clearly stated in the Texas Education Code, is the board has to meet and make a decision. The only way the Board of Trustees can make a decision is to vote. Otherwise, it's just opinions. And that's the way the administration has acted when we don't vote. Is that we only, well, you know, there were 2 or 3 of you that seemed you were that way, but even the 2 or 3 of you weren't in recognition. So there we go around in circles. We need to be effective communicators to each other. And so sometimes the board, in order to be effective communicator to the superintendent, is in an open meeting, we have to give direction to the superintendent. And it's done through a motion, a second, and a vote. There's no other way to do it.
Okay.
I agree, and under this, and what is being requested and what the motion and the second and the vote call for was not for action on anything tonight, but to basically direct to the superintendent and to administration. I see that as something that's allowable to do, and
Well, then we need to make sure we put action.
understood.
It's not governance the way that we did it?
I think now we're slicing, we're cutting hairs.
Okay, okay.
Pretty fine here.
Okay, let's move
If
on.
we were to take action and to say as a body corporate that they are asking the administration to review something is, I think, well within their purview, even if it's something that is listed as for information only. The board's not necessarily taking action one way or the other.
Well, I suggest next time we just put action on everything.
Sure.
Okay? Because I think it's better.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on. 11C, Human Resources items. 11C1, discussion of the Texas Association of School Board TASB Localized Policy Manual Update 122. This is the second reading. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, presented from the Texas Association of School Board and reviewed by our staff, this update represents the legal and local reference policies recently adopted by the state. Ms. Garcia?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez. This is a second reading of Board Policy Update 122, and Mr. Miller did cover this in the last board meeting, but we have the items listed again.
This is a second reading?
This is the second reading, yes, sir.
And this is for action this evening. What say you, board?
This is for action.
So moved, Madam President, the recommendation of administration on item 112 of the board policy.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 11C2, discussion and possible action to adopt the resolution in compliance with requirements of Senate Bill 763, considering chaplains. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, Senate Bill 763 passed by the 88th Texas legislature requires each school board to take a record vote between September 1st of 2023 and March 1st of 2024 on whether to adopt a policy authorizing a campus of the district to employ or accept as a volunteer a chaplain under Education Code Chapter 23. Ms. Garcia, I think it's on in the resolution that.
Yes, a resolution to not authorize the district campus to employ or accept as a volunteer chaplain under Chapter 23 of the Texas Education Code, and that the Board of Trustees affirms the practice of the district campus permitting any community members who meet requirements to volunteer to provide support, service, and programs for students in accordance with the district existing GKG policy, and declines to expand on our current support services or programs under Chapter 23 of the Texas Education Code. In accordance with policy, volunteers shall not be used to replace the position of functions of salaried professional or paraprofessional employees.
Thank you. What say you, board?
I move the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution as read in compliance with requirements of Senate Bill 763.
Second.
This will take a roll call vote. It's been moved by trustee Saldivar and second by trustee Regalado. Trustee Regalado will have you first on roll call, up or down?
Up.
Trustee Regalado votes in the affirmative. Trustee De La Garza?
No.
Trustee De La Garza votes in the negative. Trustee Saldivar?
I vote yes. This is a negative resolution, unfortunately, the way the language is. So voting yes means you support the resolution, which is to not have chaplains.
Okay, sorry, then yes.
Trustee De La Garza changes her vote to yes in the affirmative. Trustee Kittleman, your vote?
No chaplain.
Your,
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Trustee Kittleman is an affirmative. Trustee Aliceda is an affirmative. Trustee Peña?
Affirmative.
Affirmative. Trustee Rivera?
Yes.
Affirmative. The board votes 7-0 to pass the resolution to not authorize a district campus to employ or accept as a volunteer a chaplain under Chapter 23 of the Texas Education Code.
Correct. It's a reverse.
Yes.
11D, business and operation items. 11D1, discussion and possible action on the resolution approving independent sources for investment training and designation of investment officers. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, the resolution lists the independent sources who provide investment training sessions related to investment responsibilities. Additionally, the resolution names Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, Chief Financial Officer, Director of Accounting, and Coordinator of Accounting as the district investment officers. This is required since Ms. Lorena Garcia is joining the team to be certified as one of the investment officers.
What say you, board?
I move to approve the recommendation.
Second.
Moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 11D2, discussion and possible action to terminate contract number 2023-202 with Noble Texas Builders LLC through construction manager at risk, CMAR number 2023-1008 from McAllen High School, McAllen Memorial High School, and James Nicky Rowe High School, new mariachi and black box buildings. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, administration is requesting approval to terminate the contract with Noble Texas Builders and pay them the pre-construction services. This is due because of the ESSER funds that we were recommending to put them in general fund as we are working on the budget for next school year.
As the board remembers, that part of the motion was already passed. We already passed the motion to pull that back into our general fund. This is a two-part action. What say you, board?
Okay.
Madam President, I recommend to the Board of Trustees that administration terminate contract number 2023-202 Noble Texas Builders LLC.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Rivera and second by trustee Peña that to authorize administration to terminate contract number 2023-202 with Noble Texas Builders LLC. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Madam President, I move to authorize administration to pay Noble Texas Builders LLC the pre-construction services.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Peña and second by trustee Kittleman. All in favor?
Madam President, I do have a question before we vote. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What's the amount that we owe?
Ruben, do you know the amount? Huh?
11,500.
Oh, Lorena,
Ms.
you have it?
Lorena Garcia
Okay.
has the information.
Like 11,500. They submitted originally 13,900. Yes, 11,500 is the cost for the pre-construction service.
And what was involved in the pre-construction services that we're paying for? And do
Mr.
we-
Trevino.
And do we retain whatever they've done in our possession for whatever, if we need it in the future?
Yes, sir. We retain all the work that the contractor did. What was involved was going out and bidding everything out based on the 75% plans in order to try and achieve a guaranteed maximum price.
Okay. And that was the issue, we couldn't get a
That
guarantee
is correct.
because it was much more than we had allocated.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam President.
It's been moved by trustee Peña, second by trustee Kittleman. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 11D3, discussion and possible action on disposal of vehicle. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, administration is recommending the approval to dispose of a vehicle through a public auction. Mr. Trevino, in case there's any questions.
I have a question, Madam President. I move to approve the item, just so you know.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And if I may, thank you.
Certainly. Trustee Saldivar?
I monitored salvage for our company, and so we were on site. So my question to you is there going to be a representative of the district on site when the salvage is being disposed of and agreeing to sell it for that price or not?
All items go to public auction from the district. We can have someone on site if we do set a minimum. However, that's something that's yet to be determined on this particular vehicle.
All right, so if you have a minimum, you don't necessarily have to have anybody there.
That's correct.
It's usually the business practice.
That's
And I'm
correct.
not suggesting that you change it, it's within your purview. I'm just trying to find out if anybody's there. But you use a minimum bid, and that's how you're able to monitor.
Correct.
Got you. Thank you. No further questions.
This item has been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 11E, Board of Trustee items. The approval of the Board of Education meeting minutes of the special board meeting of the board workshop February 12th, 2024 at 4 p.m. and the regular board meeting February 12th, 2024 at 5 p.m. This is for action this evening.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Peña, second by trustee De La Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 12, recess to closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, and 551.089 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. 12A, discussion of human resources recommendations for the school year 23-24, discussion of human resources employee resignations and retirees for the school year 23-24, discussion of resignation and settlement agreement concerning term contract employee, discussion regarding school safety and security, pending and or potential litigation, discussion with legal counsel regarding Keith Mazatlan and the International Museum of Art and Science, and possible real estate acquisition. At 7:11 p.m., the board will be moving from here and going into closed session. Welcome back, everybody. We are at item 14. Item 13, reconvene in open session. It is 8:51. We are now reconvening in open session. Now move to item 14, action of items in closed session. 14A, discussion and possible action of human resources recommendations for the school year 2023-2024. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, Human Resources submitted a list of recommendations for the 23-24 school year under a separate cover that was discussed in closed session. Administration is recommending action on this item.
Move to approve, Madam President.
Second.
Been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee De La Garza. Any further action, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. 14B, discussion of human resources, employee resignations, and retirees for school year 2023-2024. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, Human Resources submitted a list of resignations and retirees for the 23-24 school year under a separate cover. This was discussed in closed session. This item was for information purposes only.
14C, discussion and possible action on resignation and settlement agreement concerning term contract employee. Dr. Gutierrez.
As a result of an administrative investigation, administration is recommending a resignation and settlement agreement for a term contract employee identified under separate cover.
This is for action this evening, board.
And administration is recommending action on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
What did you say? Trustee De La Garza moved and trustee Saldivar second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 14D, discussion regarding school safety and security. That was for information purposes only. 14E, pending and/or potential litigation. Mr. Ball. 14F, discussion with legal counsel regarding Keith Mazatlan International Museum of Art and Science. This was for information purposes only. Nothing to report. 14G, possible real estate acquisition. 15, schedule of future meetings. A, special board meeting will be Monday, March 4th at 5 p.m. here. It's a budget workshop. 15B, regular board meeting, March 18th, 5 p.m. here. 15C, special called board meeting and student recognitions. That will be at the Mac High Auditorium on March 25th. A regular board meeting is April 8th at 5 p.m. here. A special called board meeting, another budget workshop, is April 15th here. And there is a regular board meeting April 22nd at 5 p.m. here. Item 16, adjournment.
Second.
Been moved by trustee Peña, second by trustee DeVetta. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes 6-0. We are adjourned at 8:54 p.m.
We beat that.